Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream today. It is Monday, the 2nd of February. I'm feeling not too bad. Had a good, long, relaxing weekend. It wasn't long. It was a normal length weekend, but it certainly had enough relaxation time for me in it. So I'm feeling pretty good this week. We have a lot to work on this week when it comes to Insignia, and I'm kind of just excited and raring and ready to go. Let me see if I can get this. I'm trying to shift myself in the camera view. Yeah. This week, today, well, last week we started working on a drawing tool, and I want to show that off to you a little bit more today. But today we're working on Insignia, probably demo work, because I'll be sharing that with some publishers very soon. So just got to get that in tip-top shape. We've got some team meetings coming up in 15 minutes. In the meantime, big welcome to everybody on in the chat, on Twitch and on YouTube. Hopefully you're all doing well and feeling happy and comfortable. So yeah, welcome. Okay. Biggest welcome to Jay Sinclair for the most recent follow and Magnus Haug for the most recent subscription. We are coming up real close to 50k follows on Twitch here. That's crazy. We're almost there. Okay. So, what are we doing? I'm going to show you this thing that I built. I'll tell you what. It's pretty cool. Check this out. So this is Impasto. This is what I worked on the weekend and on Friday. And what it is a drawing tool. If I click it like this, I think I can get the pressure sensitivity to work. Check that out. So it's basically, at this point, very similar to how I like to work in Leonardo. You can press the space bar to move around the canvas. You can draw as you like. You can press the Z key and drag in and out. There is undo, redo. Pretty cool. And this was like 6 hours of work. So I'm pretty happy with it. It does fill in shapes that are closed. It's not quite useful yet because I'm not really doing much with it. Soon we'll have merging shapes. So drawing across this should create one shape. It is a vector tool, so you can pretty much zoom in or out as much as you like. And the whole thing will just handle that, no problem. Like, I mean, you can really zoom in pretty far. You can go even smaller if you want. How's that? Galaxy-sized zoom. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I mean, like, it's working just how we would want it to. And you don't just have to draw circles with it. You can draw, characters and... pretty cool. Yeah, we'll do a grid mode at some point. There's plenty more work to be done on it. I feel like it's quite promising, though I'm a little concerned about some aspects of the long-term features. The underlying architecture is currently based on shapes. So there are a bunch of what are called edge chains. Imagine these are edges. And the edges form a closed shape. So when I draw like this is a closed shape made out of the edges that run along the perimeter. You can see that's an edge, that's an edge, that's an edge, right? So there's a chain of edges that make up the shapes. And what I currently do when I do this is I have two shapes. And the reason why this is darker here is because it's drawing one shape on top of the other. So the opacity is doubling. Like this is black at 50% opacity or whatever. This is like 75% or, you know, whatever. So it's adding the opacities of the two closed shapes. What I would want to be able to do is to draw a shape and have it know the difference between like, okay, this is like if I do this and it traces that, it doesn't zip this up, you know, and then turn this into a whole shape. But if I was to draw something with the perimeter like that is what I would want to show up when I did this. And if I did this, I also want all three of them to end up looking like this is the output I would want to see if I did that. Right? But right now it doesn't really understand the distinction between like an open area of space inside of a closed shape and two closed shapes, one on top of the other. And that's not as, you would think that that's pretty straightforward, but it's not that straightforward. We have to think about quite carefully about how it's going to know the difference between this, like a solid circle, and a donut. How does it know that the donut is not a filled shape? Anyway, some stuff there to work on later. But yeah, very impressed with how quickly it came together. It's very performant. I mean, it's running in Java and it's working brilliantly. So very happy about that. It's pretty CPU bound though. As I guess a lot of this sort of technology is. We're not working on this today though. Does it work for pixel art? No. It's not designed for pixel art at all. Nothing like that. It's more for sketching. So in the pixel art realm, I don't want to spoil, that's the word. I don't want to spoil what my team's been working on this last week. We'll do show and tell in about 10 minutes. I'm just going to give them a little gentle reminder about that. And I think that's when it is. I'm not crazy, am I? Yeah, team stand up, show and tell at 2 p.m. Cool. So today I want to be looking at demo feedback and tweaking little bits and pieces. So we've been on chapter 2. That got a big overhaul last week, a lot of the explorable area of chapter 2, and we will still work on that this week. But today we're back on chapter 1, doing a little bit more closing the loop on some of the, there are just a few things here and there that are currently like just broken about the game scenario, just continuity of what you can do and when you can do it. That have been that way for about, forever. So I need to just fix them so that players who play the demo in a hands-off environment don't accidentally break the game state or do things that they're not supposed to be able to do. So we'll tune that up today. It's probably worth doing a little bit of, on the forums, this already is the case. So if I go to the alpha in the forums, we should be able to see all of the things. However, I don't really know, like scenario breaking, open. I don't think they're necessarily in there. No, it needs to be exclusively scenario breaking that are open. Yeah. What is this video? Extra ledge. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Who thumbs that down? Davy Jones. Okay. Yeah. Harriet's position. Yeah. Bits and pieces here that I need to do a better job of. I will do a better job of them today. So I've got some stuff I want to write down. Today it's a Monday. I didn't get to re-record the video that I wanted to over the weekend. I've got a programming tutorial coming up, a part 2 of the previous video, but I had an engagement to go to and a birthday party to go to this weekend, so I didn't really get to spend that time on it that I wanted to. Okay, so it's going to be, we're going to have like maybe half an hour, 40 minutes of meetings, team meetings. And then this is all nothing. That's all from a different day. Dinner will be at 6 today. I'll shower after that. We're going to end the stream around 6 p.m. So we got 1, 2, 3.5 hours to work on demo updates. This is Figma, but none of this is native to Figma. I just made it inside of Figma. It would be nice to go a little bit later. I'll see if I can. Just gonna message my better half. Okay. So alrighty, so maybe we'll go till 6:30. And I might grab a quick drink before we get into team meetings. Be back in a second. Alrighty, so we've got 3 minutes. Probably should set up the meeting. Whew. We were just celebrating my sister's birthday at a lunch, so I've just had a big lunch, and so I'm gonna feel a bit slow. I think a food brain fog is a food coma. That's what they call it. I think a food coma is coming on. So it might be time for caffeine. How's everyone feeling? Hopefully you're all well. All right, I think I can set this up. I had a burger for lunch today. Alrighty, I think it's time. I'm going to join this meeting. I'm going to paste the link in Discord for my team. Put that over there. Bring the audio down, 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 down. And then that's that. Okay. Am I still... Oh, man, I don't love the way that the green screen does that to my eyeballs. Hopefully you guys don't have to look at that all the time. It was a cheeseburger. It was a McDonald's party. It was not a McDonald's party. My sister turned 40. Alrighty. I'm thinking we could also do like I want to like remodel the room soon. Hey, guests coming in. Admit. Hello.
Greetings.
Hello. How's everyone feeling?
Hot.
Hot. It's cool today in Sydney. It's not too bad.
No, it's hot as ever here. And I also realized the other day that the room, my office that I work in, has been running so hot lately because my PC is just heating the whole room up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't really know how to fix that.
Open a window. Not much else you can do, I guess, unless you've got ducted air or something. Yeah, that sucks. I feel that too, actually. The room that I stream in doesn't get a lot of airflow, and because I have the green screen behind me as well, I'm in like a little, like the green screen is floor to ceiling almost. So like it, and I've got it right up against my back. So the PC in this little nook in this corner of the room heats the nook up to much hotter than the rest of the house. So PCs are no joke. Yeah, exactly. Body heat as well, and the lights too.
Yeah,
it doesn't. It does build up. It's no joke.
I think I'm just gonna get like a little evaporative cooler from Kmart.
Yes.
Fill it with ice and just point it at it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, Luca. Hey, Elias. Hey, Morgan. Ridley Smith. How's it going?
Hey, it's doing all right.
Hello.
Just address 3 people at once. Hopefully everyone's weekend was well. Why don't we start with that? I had a busy weekend. I had a birthday party that I attended, and also an engagement, and then another birthday party. So busy weekend for me. What about you, Morgan P?
I just had D&D with some
fun.
friends at my girlfriend's house. Well,
sick.
TTRPG. It's not strictly D&D, but it's just easier to say D&D.
Is it a specific TTRPG that we would know about?
I don't know. I think our DM might have wrote it himself.
Oh, that's sweet.
But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Sick. Nice. Okay. And Morgan R, how was your weekend?
I had a birthday party of a friend.
Oh, that's
nice. 2 friends. And they did a PowerPoint party where everyone has to present like a 5-minute PowerPoint on anything.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
So yeah, it was a lot of fun. My PowerPoint was on. Huh?
You're good at those presentations.
Thank you. I did a 5-minute presentation on the German 6/5 chord.
Nice.
Yeah, tried to make it entertaining. Because I'm a music theory nerd, so.
Are your friends? Do they appreciate that? Are they also music people?
Some of them not. Hopefully they got a bit of education.
Converting them.
Yeah.
And what about you, Elias?
It was good. I started the Big Mode game jam with some friends.
Oh, sweet. I didn't realize that was on. How long is that going until?
It's like just over a week.
Should we just pivot everything right now and work on that this week? Fun. And have you got a cool concept for a game?
We do so far. I'm a little bit hands off. I'm just kind of helping out with the music. Just like low stakes, but Seems fun so far.
Perfect. That's awesome. I've been kind of itching to get into a new jam soon. I missed Global Game Jam. I didn't realize Big Mode was happening now. That's awesome. And Luca, how was your weekend?
Oh, hey. Yeah, it was okay. A bit stressful, but yeah, I got through it.
Sorry to hear that.
It's fine. Yeah.
Cool. Well, it's over now. So
Mm.
new week. We can get stressed about that instead.
Yeah.
Fun. Okay. Well, that's great to hear. You're all doing okay and had a weekend. So let's talk about, I guess, what we did last week, a bit of show and tell, and then we can maybe hint at what's coming up this week. So on my side, last week, I'm kind of blanking. We did work on a drawing tool on Friday that it got really far along. I could show it. I sort of showed it at the top of the stream, but this is like nothing to do with Insignia. I probably shouldn't even be mentioning it, but it did happen on the stream. So check.
Oh, a drawing tool.
Yeah.
Was that for something in particular? Or
Yeah, I kind of back in the day, I used to really enjoy drawing in Flash, like Macromedia Flash,
yeah.
and Flash. I mean, I don't like supporting Adobe anymore. So, but the tool, it doesn't exist anywhere else the way that it is in Flash. So, I was like, oh, why doesn't this exist anymore? Like an open source version of this thing. So I started just making it, and basically it's. Let me see if I can. One sec. Put this over there, and then basically just you can draw. It's like pressure sensitive and everything, but it's vector, so you can zoom in or out as much as your heart desires. And it's like vector shapes. It's not vector lines. So in normal vector tools, you've got like the splines that are trying to figure out like all of this stuff. But instead, what we're storing is just the outline of the shape. And
That's neat.
yeah.
Wow, that's impressive though.
Yeah, it's coming
Really
along.
cool.
I mean, you will be able to draw to like change the control points. You'll be able to like move these left and right or whatever to reshape the contours. But the point is, it's more like ink than it is like plotting down pen
Yeah.
positions. And it doesn't work right now, like because they overlap. But in the future, we're doing this with the same ink color. We'll just expand the stroke, so it'll
Yeah.
just like have it all
The
be the
outline.
same color. It's just like a way of thinking about drawing that is very similar to how I do pixel art, but there's nothing like it in the non-pixel art drawing space. So yeah, just something I've been working on. And then in
That'd
the
be-
yeah,
That'd be really handy if it could be turned into a Blender plugin too,
that's not a bad
because
idea.
that's how the grease pencil in Blender works as like splines. But because they're splines, you get some instability if you like zoom in or resize them or whatever.
Does it do
That would be
outlines like that, or does it just do the interior?
No, that's what I mean. Like if
Yeah.
you could do the outline thing like that in Blender, that would be cool.
Yeah, I will work on this more. I think it's the start of something. It came together so quickly, and Elias was giving some cool pointers as we were working too. He gets some good ideas, so it's probably saved me a bunch of time that I otherwise would have spent looking in a different direction. I was working on chapter 2 last week, so doing a bit of rationalization, trying to make sure that like we know the exact like content that's going to be in that chapter in terms of gameplay. The story's been pretty set for a long time, but I think some of the locations and just being able to play test it is something that I want to do as soon as possible. And a lot of the explorable areas prior to last week were just a mishmash of things I'd been experimenting with. So now that we have like, you know, the animation team and Elias working on specific enemies for chapter 2, I've been doing a bit of prototyping on like, okay, we have like 3 prototype abilities that all kind of hover around the same area. that some enemies could give to the player. Let's actually formalize, level areas that require the player to use them. So yeah, it's coming together pretty well. It was something that I had a bit of a mental block on, but once I got started, it wasn't too bad. So that's probably the highlight of my last week. And I don't want to spoil anybody else's work, so I will leave it there and pass it on to Morgan P.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
All the stuff that I have been working on this swing will be in the Discord somewhere.
hmm
Um,
I could probably show it on my screen if it's trouble on your
yeah.
side. It's really good stuff. I've been very happy.
I'll see if I can
Mhm.
just resend them so they're all in the same place.
Yeah, sure.
There's those. What else did I work on?
We could go through. What else did you work on? You worked on in
Those two.
your sprint. It was wobble, almonds
Oh,
walk,
yeah.
the
And the shake
biting,
fist.
the shake fist as well. So this is what we're looking at. Pretty cool. This is looking. This is
so
like
good.
amazing. Like
It's
the
amazing.
hair, the jacket, like the physics on the jacket are wild. They're like perfect. So
That's
good.
crazy.
I'm so flattered, you guys.
It's really, really excellent. I've got a walk animation too for Armin, which is looking great. I am also a really big fan of, well, let's not skip anything. This is looking sick.
Mhm.
And then our Catman here, the Langston, this is an awesome animation too. I really like that transition out of it. It's so
Yes.
good. And I should be able to demo that in the game right now as of this morning.
Ooh.
So we can look at him. He's chewing away down there. And right now, the way it's set up is he will chew 3 to 5 times for every bite. We can make it longer or shorter. And then if
Nice.
we sort of come in here and drop in on him, he'll start attacking us.
Yes.
So yeah, very, very good work. I love it.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. And then this week, I think we'll have you on some more animations we have the Barbarian as well
Yeah,
coming
we
up.
do.
So I'll let you sort of just jump into that this week. And yeah, let's move on to Morgan R.
Yeah, so last week was sort of doing some more work on Cheverton Town at the start of the week, sort of making sure that the different versions between the like town square and the alleyways were different enough and sort of extending the track a little bit.
Yep.
And then I moved on to the Cheverwood forest track, which has been very fun to work on. And so yeah, sort of had a draft by the end of the week, and this week I'm going to be trying to darken it a little bit and continue to explore, what that space needs to sound like.
Do you mind if
I don't really have any more progress since the last one that I showed you on Thursday, but yeah, you can share that if you want.
I can show the team? Awesome.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, so the two main tracks we're talking about are is this one okay? I don't know if you can see what I can see, but is this okay to play here, or is it the one below for the town?
Yeah, the one above. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Shivers. I love it.
Thanks.
I get goosebumps.
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's great. Good stuff.
It's crazy.
And then it doesn't end there. So let's listen to the work in progress for Shepherdwood. How lucky are we? Lovely stuff. Cool. So yeah, this week you will be, I guess, iterating on that one
Yeah.
slightly. And then did you, I mean, we could talk tomorrow about it. Maybe we can add another track onto the runway.
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool. Amazing work, obviously. Doesn't need to be
Thanks.
said. And then Luca, how's your week been?
Hey, yeah, I've been working more on the Langston. Just got a few more roughs done. Let's see. Sharing my screen. One second. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
All right. So I think this is most of the same. I just might have touched up a little on the idle.
It's looking good.
Thanks. And the one been working on, yes, this get up flip. So I might look a bit messy because I've still got the other rough silhouette behind. But yeah, I think it's coming along. I just need to keep attacking at it and getting it working. And then just the tumble. I've been hang on. I don't know if this is helping. Yeah, just filling in just some rough details for these poses.
Nice.
Let me just hide that layer. Yeah. So I've adjusted the fall. So he looks like he's a bit more I guess potentially ready to get out of like recover out of the falling animation.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Cool. We can catch up
So-
after this if you need any more advice or direction on it. It's looking great so far.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks for that.
Sweet. And I guess we'll have you continue on that this week. That's all right. There's plenty of work there. The last two enemies we've been working on are kind of intentionally a little bit intensive, just because I think it's good to know where our limits should be as we go on to like the rest of the project, especially the later game stuff. It's good to know like if something is going to take, because it's not linear. I feel like the time it takes to do an enemy with like 30 animations is not double the time it takes to do one with 15, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, and I was a bit ambitious with the the flip recovery. I think it looks cool, but yeah, might be a bit of unnecessary extra work, but I don't mind. Yeah,
potentially. It's definitely like lower priority, but it's nice to have those flares in there as well. It's good to have personality. Cool. And Elias, have you got anything you can show with us from last week?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of work for the environmental sounds in chapter 2.
Mhm.
I might ask you, Adam, if you could
Yeah,
those off.
no worries. Yeah, it's a bit for
Is it
some reason
solvable?
Google is just impossible with sound for some reason. So what would be the best way to do this? Maybe if you direct me around, I can go and showcase anything you like.
Yeah, I think the Cheverton dungeon entropy well should have. That's a scene that has everything in it.
Yeah, sweet.
So we have the acid ambient sounds, and also when you get hit, and the vine swinging, both ambient and when you're riding it, and then we have the entropy platforms.
Oh, I think that's not hearing that on this side, but I don't know. That could be my fault.
Okay.
It could be a different branch.
Maybe, yeah, probably. Well, they go. They go.
wait,
Something
can
like
you
that.
just can you do that now? Perfect. Just record that and put that in instead. Awesome.
And we also have the Wolverine ball bearing, the new Wolverine barbarian.
He could be called the ball bearing.
It's a new avant-garde enemy design.
Let's listen. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Elias. Have we got much on the runway for you this week?
I know the Langston.
Yep. Yeah, perfect. Okay, awesome. Well, everyone's doing like genuinely. You guys are making my job really easy. So I'm very grateful to you all for that. And seems like everyone's got plenty for this week. So I will catch Morgan R and Elias or Elias tomorrow, depending on if we need to catch up. And right now, I guess we'll jump straight into animation with Luca and Morgan P. So thank you all for joining me for Stand Up, and I'll catch you later in the week.
Thanks, Adam.
Good.
Thank you.
See ya.
See ya. Cool. So Luca just disappeared. Oh no, he's here. Sorry, I'm looking here at the list, and I'm like, I see two faces, but you're the big shape. Cool.
Yeah.
So I think right now you guys both are probably in a good spot, right? You probably don't need much delegation. Let me know if I guess now's your chance to speak or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I guess I also still need to push the sheets and then see how the new animations look, and
Yeah.
maybe after I've pushed it, and then we can have a look and see how they feel. And
Yeah, I think that for these enemies specifically, because they're so intensive, I think getting them in a space where even at the roughs level, even pre-color, where like everything is playing and looking and moving how we expect it to, that's probably more priority than getting the details right on any one animation, just because of how costly it is to have to redo one. So yeah, with the enemy stuff, it's a bit tougher than NPCs. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if you could get those on a branch into the game sooner, that makes it really easy for us to validate them for sure.
all right, I'll focus on that in that case.
Sweet. And I would say, like, for you as you go through the week, focusing on areas that are the weakest in the play, like in the play tested version, like if as you're playing through it, if you can go, that's looking too static, or that doesn't indicate what it needs to, attacking those animations first would be priority, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Cool. Because like right now, the strategy I've taken, which is probably not ideal, is it's on, like, these are in the demo now, the Barbarian and the Langston. So the initial feedback obviously is not going to be amazing because there's a lot of missing visual feedback in game. So as we work on it, if I can be updating that demo and getting player feedback as the refinements being made, that having it be player led is like the dream. So anything we can do to get closer to that is a good step, I think.
Okay, that's interesting. They're in the demo.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's always being updated? Is it?
Yeah, I
and you-
usually do at least one update a week.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Cool. Okay. And Morgan, you're feeling okay? Not too intimidated or anything?
No,
by the
no.
walk? Sweet. Awesome. Well, then I'll let you both get to it.
Alrighty.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks,
Thank you
Morgan.
so much. Feel free to reach out to me anytime for any reason.
Yeah, of course.
Mm.
I'll chat to you later.
All right.
Okay.
Talk to you
Okay.
soon.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Awesome. Sweet. So that was Team Stand Up. Thank you all for being very kind and patient through it. I hope you enjoyed listening. I'm having a great time at the moment with the team. I think they're doing all killer work. So it's making my work easy to do because it just means we've got a good flow going. Kyle says, is this studio all fully remote still? And the answer is yes, still all fully remote. Virtue versus Vice with the sub. Thank you so much. So, at the moment, yeah, my priority for the week is going to be pretty squarely on getting chapter 1 as refined as possible. I'm also considering having a Steam demo. Like instead of doing future updates on itch, I think there'll come a point where we want to instead do the updates on Steam. And part of the reason why is because I'm a little concerned that player appetite for new demo versions, there's a bit of resistance if you have to go manually to itch.io, download the new version, and then start, you know what I mean? Play the game again, rather than just going into Steam and just getting the most recent version immediately as you open the game. So I also want to be able to send that version off to other people. So being able to send someone a Steam link is much more, I guess, you know, it feels more official. And I think the game is at that point. So yeah, it'll still be a playtesting demo. It's not going to be an open demo, but as a playtesting demo, I think it's ready for Steam. Limit Zero says, I missed when you started working with the team. Been a while, I guess, or just never knew. Yeah, I mean, we started working together in 2024, so mid 2024. So it's been a couple of years now almost. But I mean, on the stream, you would really only know if you were watching a team meeting. Like it's not a day to day. We're not in an open Discord call all day. The team does great work, and I'd like to have them on a more regular basis if I could. I want to gobble up all of their time for this project. We'll see. So, and obviously, if we could have it be in person, I would love that too. That's kind of like the dream, like being able to set up a studio where people live and work together, not necessarily, work together day to day. It's kind of life. That would be amazing. That's what I want. So, gather. Oh, cool. Well, I don't think I'm going to do Steam keys. I think it's going to be an open playtest demo. That's what I think I'll have it as. So you can, or maybe it'll be by application. I'm not sure how I'll set it up, but it's not going to be one where there are you won't get a Steam key for the game when you download it. It's technically a separate application. Thanks, Bilbo. And I don't think that's the end of the team either. I think like having more animators on would be great. That's not an open invitation, but I definitely am open to having more expressions of interest come through. So, shall we get into it? There are a few things that I want to write down that I know are problems in the demo. So we wrapped that up at 2:30 perfectly. So demo updates. Let's think about the first thing we want to do. I want to make the scenario unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. So that involves a few things. The first one is Watchtower after getting the first crucible. That's the first thing. So you're not supposed to be able to go through the Watchtower after you've been to the Athenium. Second one is, shouldn't be able to drop down through Chasm. Ever, really? Another one is, I think those are the major ones, actually. I think if I fix those... What was that, Bilbo? I think I remember there being something in that area, but I can't remember what the actual thing was. I'm sure you posted it somewhere. This one here. You dropped him. And then what? Did he just not... If you left the scene and opened it again, does he just stay gone? He should respawn in the level where you left him. Oh, that wasn't yours. Ah, okay. If it's not still open, then I've probably dealt with it. And then there was stuff with Harriet. They do sound good, don't they? I can ask her. Let me ask her. Okay. So these are pretty major. And then there was actually something a little deeper than this, that it's a longer term issue. Quests should probably not be unfinishable in the demo. You should be able to finish all the quests. Ah, the excavation thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, these two are kind of... I mean, this might be solvable, but this might be a very open-ended problem. So... let's just start with this one. Watchtower locked after getting the first crucible. There's something here that I've wanted to do for a while. It's difficult because it's not difficult. It just takes time. This whole section of the chapter in 2017 was just a building you could walk past. And inside of it was the guy who could teach you how to parry. That was the whole thing. And over time, that became a little cutscene and a character, and you could walk up the tower, and then it became mandatory so that you had to go up the tower to get through to the rest of the level. And now I've kind of got this opportunity where I could work him into the plot. Like, Wilhelm could be essentially like he's like a lazy watchman. So maybe the tower gets like overrun by these like Martin characters, these little weasel guys, and then you can't enter it. You know, maybe something happens that stops you from going into it. I feel like having there be a bit of drama with the characters is super important in having this game be good. I just struggle with the idea that like you introduce a character, they're there for one purpose, and then they're gone, or they don't mean anything after that. I think players care about the world will feel a lot more lived in if there are characters who have purpose beyond just existing to do a tutorial thing, you know. So that character Wilhelm, I mean, he's pretty static at the moment. He doesn't really do anything. He has he has 2 animations. 3 animations. It's technically 4, but this is all starting at 1. So we could give him, you know, a run animation and have him or at least have him stand in a few different places depending on if you've talked to him before. I'd love an animation of him sunbathing in like a deck chair. I think that'd be awesome. Like right here. Something silly like that. There are other aspects to his scenario, like he's supposed to be knocking arrows down into the valley, which is just not a thing really anymore. I might even remove that quest altogether. I'm not sure. This is kind of like we're pretty late in the piece here, so trying to edit too much to make the story comprehensible can get what's the word? Costly, because there's existing work and existing logic that's in place in the level, and if you try to unpick stuff, it takes time to undo it, and then it takes time to redo the next stuff. So it's almost double as costly to edit as it is to just make. So, you know. In that case, I did have some animations here that needed to be worked on. Ugh. I need to have a bit of a think, because if I do something that's too, if I make a decision that gets me through this task quickly, I might actually miss opportunity. It might be good to just write very quickly what we think would be a good idea. So like problem. That's not really the problem. The problem is player shouldn't be able to return. Oh my gosh, what is happening? So there's some plot roadblock, plot gate needs to stop them. So for me, that's the best way. That makes lots of sense. Or and then this should be chapter 1. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here that we could, that probably should ideally be sewn back together. And you could even pull that all the way back to like things like these roadblocks. So, you know, ideally we would have Wilhelm be a guy who sort of leads you through this whole area, or at least is, you know, you can see him from here and you're sort of moving towards him. Something where it feels like what's happening is immediate and the player's presence in the scene has an immediate effect on the world. That's really important on the plot, right? Like I did something and that made this happen. I think that pulls the player along through the story much more strongly. Now, it's probably a little too... I want the player to feel some freedom here, so I won't take this away from them. I also am a little concerned that this is like way too strong for where this part is in the level. I just get a sense that he's like incredibly powerful, but maybe that's okay. I don't know. It just feels it's a little early to have this enemy show up and just destroy you. It might be a nice way of nudging the player up instead of at him, you know? But that's like 3/4 of your health. That's death. So anyway, maybe it's okay. I mean, there are games where hard enemies appear early in the game. So, coming back to this, the idea needs to be something like this. Roberto. So like player enters the watch. Yeah. I mean, it's all pretty straightforward stuff. I just don't know. I think there are some questions, open questions. Around should Roberto be outside the watchtower or inside? Should Wilhelm be outside or inside? How do we demonstrate that the Marten have overcome the watchtower? Overrun? There is a secret area behind him. But it's not necessarily like gated. I mean, you will get some sort of reward for beating him. Maybe he drops an item that's worth a lot, or there's a chest behind him. We could do that. We could have him drop the key to the chest. There's also something here of like, do any of these options create dramatic tension issues? Probably not. The point is that Armin needs to be negligent about all this stuff. Armin needs to say like, this doesn't matter to me. Because I don't want the player to be able to say, well, why didn't Armin just help him? Why didn't this happen? So you sort of don't need to, you can't rock the boat too much. You can't disturb the surface tension of the water because it becomes harder to make predictive, it's hard to relate to the story if stuff's happening all over the place at different levels of dramatic, urgency. So if this feels too alarming, it might feel like the player has to deal with it before they can proceed. So like I can't have Wilhelm, be like, what's the word? Hanging from the side of the watchtower because he was hoisted up there by the Marten and now he's in immediate danger. I can't do that. Hey, Sweet Touch. This is an offline mind map akin to Myro. So I use, if you want something offline, it's hard because this is online. This is Figma. And Figma, like Myro, has a version called Fig Jam, which you can do mind mappy stuff. You can, make boxes and give them names, and there's plugins and stickers and all kinds of stuff like that. You can make whatever you want at whatever color you want and all of that. It's very like Myro board, but it's not really offline. You can cache, you can work offline, but like if it leaves the cache, you can't work on it and you can't save it offline. So unfortunately, if you're looking for offline, this isn't really your best bet. Yeah, so maybe like either they have locked him. I think it's better if they've locked themselves in and he's been locked out. To me, that's the easiest thing, because if they've locked him in and they're outside, Armin should be able to attack them and kill them, and then he can open up the door. That can't work. It has to be that he's locked outside. And if this requires any kind of sprite changes, I need to know exactly what we're doing before I can do it. I think it can be as simple as he's just been locked out. Maybe we can have him hiding behind Roberto here. But then, like, how do we do this? Because I can't, if the player can... Well, the player needs to be able to go through here later. And there's abilities here for stuff that they need to be able to get. In fact, this is kind of now the hardest thing to do in the game if I lock this off. Like, once you get to here, you're going to go this way. You can go this way and here, but players aren't really going to... This chest is going to be so far out of the player's path. And also then the question is, how do I stop you from this? I can have a little cutscene where Armin like gets knocked back. Like you can walk in and he just gets like kicked out. I can do that. Probably the easiest thing I can do. Because if it's an enemy there, then I can't do much. Or is boarded up. And the closest thing I have to that is a Martin flag. I could probably just like put one of these in the way or something like that. What is this? It's some foreground 1-0. You know, I could do something like this. Maybe I just take away the flagpole. And not let you do that, obviously. That's pretty straightforward. I do have timber beams, I think. They're not a good color. Which is why I think, like, when I design this watchtower, I kind of want to be able to redesign it a little bit in the context of the space. And I think I will do that today. I think that's on the cards. Not a massive redesign, just a touching up the environment, where it connects to everything. Okay. So let's go to the area where it takes place. Divide everything by 2. Now let's take our watchtower, the whole thing. Wow, the old watchtower is behind it. Okay, and I'm just going to paste it here. And the point of this is that I want to be able to design the world around it and have it be a part of that world rather than just design it as an asset. I feel like designing things as assets is not the way to go. Okay. So like all of the base here, I mean, there is a little bit of something going on here where I had some of that greenery coming up. I can still obviously do that. I can have sort of like this set of colors here, which is like this minus this and this. And I can put that, you know, in front of it. You know, that's no problem. But I think it's also something like, it doesn't really have, it's like these stones don't really feel like they belong to anything else in the level. It sort of doesn't live here. And short of redesigning it from scratch, which would be a tragedy, but you know, whatever. It also probably suffers a little bit in terms of its colors. There's a lot of granular detail here that I wouldn't normally do these days. If I go index color, I think these colors are probably too sharp. I don't think I want to take away any colors either. So I think we'll keep it RGB. But what would I do here? I mean, I would probably tidy up some of these edges a little bit. Just keep it sort of simpler. Like this. This is a lot. You know, just simplify it out into like more solid shapes. Maybe like take this away and do that instead. There is something kind of nice about the roughness of it too, which I don't want to lose. I just don't love the idea of having to look at every single brick. Like if I was doing this today, all of this would be sealed up like this. I would join all of these bricks together like that, and I would make it so much less detailed. And I would do that, you know, all of it would be like that. Instead, I've got something that looks very like it's made of objects, which again is okay. Obviously it's incredibly expensive to do it this way, but what I'm missing here is some way that this binds with the rest of the level. So I want to see rocks that look like they could be taken from the same, this was built using rocks that were found in the area, for example. No, I'm editing in a sprite. Do I have a VOD channel? I do. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I'm actually streaming live on it right now. The VOD channel is at Indie Tales Live on YouTube. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a very popular YouTube channel yet. It's quite new and it doesn't have much going on in it. Hey, Akira. If you redeem the points for it, then yes, but not otherwise. I can look at it maybe after the stream. And if you want a guide on drawing trees, I have a video on it on YouTube, if that's of any interest to you. But I can't give you any feedback right now. Hey, Pomplamoose, welcome. So like maybe here it would be nice to have like some rocks showing like maybe like there's some stone, like some sort of defensive structure or something like that. Okay. All right, then we can look at it. Say thank you to Pomplamoose. All right, let's have a look. Is this Nuaf? Is this you? Wouldn't all these close rocks be already taken? I'm not sure. I mean, it's still, even if that is the case, I would still put the rocks there just to make it feel more integrated. It's horrible. I don't think it's horrible. There are some nice things that you're doing that I appreciate. I like the twisted base of the tree. It's really nice. The shading is a little difficult to rationalize, but it's not, the approach is not terrible, actually. What I would do is, and we'll do this in Leonardo because it's the resolution's not great on this. I would look at this and I would take it and think about how I might update it from back here. Okay, like if I want this to look more like a tree, maybe this part shouldn't be so dark. Like already, just doing that feels a lot better. You know, I can still have the dark areas in here, but the amount of dark needs to be proportional so that the lighting of the tree looks reasonable. Yeah. So think about it like a sphere first. You know, this is a circle and it's got a light source up here and down here is dark. You know, that's kind of what you're doing. And then you're breaking into the sphere and you're creating stuff that's, you know, that makes it more rough and more, you know, whatever, everything else. So the point is, you don't ever want to lose the thread of like the basic geometry that you've created. You know, you can have extra stuff happening, but here, this dark color needs to be justified by something, and it's not currently. So instead, simplify it out so that you can start to think a little bit more about, like, rationally, where should the light be coming from? Where should the shadow be? You know, if I want to break into the light and make more shadow, like, you can do that, but it can't look like something that looks like nothing. You know, it has to come from somewhere. Now, as a shape, I think it's okay to keep it the way you've got it. I think it's fine. Maybe I would probably do, you know, I might relax these a little bit more. If you want it to be like bonsai-esque, something like that's fine. Maybe suggest the like rotation here. Cut into it a little bit. You know, now you can see that it's wrapping around and going up. You could even put a bit more of this here to sort of show you the shadow. And then, you know, I might personally add a little bit more here and here just to keep it a little less like a mushroom shape. And that's it. I think that's fine. Like, I wouldn't, like, the edges, yeah, of course, they could be a little nicer. You could cuten them up a little bit. Because your sort of like leaf shapes here are very large. Instead, notice here how I've got a lot of these shapes where, I mean, I'm not doing the best example here, but see how like here I've got like 1, 2, they are joined by a couple of pixels, but the leaf shapes are not that big, right? Compared to the size of the tree. One leaf is how big? Here, it's hard for me to answer that question. Like, where's one leaf? Is this one leaf here? Or is this one leaf here? So at the finer detail point, which I wouldn't do more detail than you've got, I would just be more clear about the detail. Start showing me leaves, right? So here, it's like, show me this, here, you know, show me something out here. And then inside, as we cut these shapes up, do the same thing in the interior space, right? Show me the leaf shapes, and my brain will solve the rest of it. Like here, you're sort of cutting this line here. Okay, cut in there as well. Now I'm seeing 2 leaves, but they probably should be a bit smaller than that. So like that. Now that's a leaf. And ask yourself, like, is it that big or should it be even smaller? You know, maybe it should only be like, maybe this could be like a couple of leaves. You know, that will make it a lot easier. It's not totally wrong. It's just like, it just needs to be a little bit cleaner in the logic of the shapes. Okay. No worries. When is Bracky's jam? Well, I'm missing out on all these jams. From the 15th to the 22nd. And then big mode is on right now. Slick, yeah. I'm curious. No AI generated work. Cool. I'd love to work on this. I'd love to take a week. I'm sure we could spend like 3 days on it. Hey, Limit Zero. I think we could spend... This is due in 6 days. So we could spend like the back half of this week on the Big Mo Jam. Just make something really tiny and cool. Over like 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I've played Animal Well. Of course I have. Yeah, I quite liked it. I thought it was a good game. Pretty impressed. What kind of game do you think I should make in 4 days? Let's say I started literally at the start of the week. I mean, like tomorrow. Let's say I start tomorrow and I take 4 days. What kind of game would you want me to make in that time? Open world MMO. Ah, yes. The beginner's genre. What's the goal? The game has to be quote unquote slick. That's the goal. Obviously, also win the jam. Let's be real. Might be nice to do some sort of something here. Some sort of a parapet. Make the in-world card game for Insignia. I can make a card game. Tiny wings, but it's a man covered in grease. Oh, thank you so much. Owlboy was a big inspiration. So being able to match that would be a dream. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but I think I could. I could do it. I think I have the skill. I think as a designer, I'm not as good as Simon Anderson. I think he's just a better art. He's just like got a better creative eye than I do. But I think I'm getting there as a designer. It's taken me so long to be able to compose things. He's just such a great. He has such a great eye for composition. So doesn't this look so much better now already? Like to me, my brain looks at this and goes, ah, yes, this was all supposed to be made together. It belongs to one thing. Before it was like, here's a level from a video game and here's a watchtower asset that was placed in the level. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's so much better than it was. I could do a game with really good movement, like a platformer. Or I'm thinking something where, like, you know, jam games have this thing where, like, you always, it's such a common trope where you have some moment that happens where the game like turns upside down. You know, it's like you invert the premise of the game midway through the game, and then the player goes, "Whoa, you could now I get it." That's what this is supposed to be. That's what Slick as a theme is supposed to be about. It's this moment of, "Oh, that's really cool. You could do that." That's what they're talking about. And it doesn't have to be a physical camera perspective shift. It just has to be an aspect of the game that becomes, like, the game becomes about a different thing, you know? Like, do you know what a good one is? I'll give you a straight up idea. A part of the game where the first part of the game you are designing, you're playing as a player, and then the second part of the game you play as the enemy against the player that you just played as. So you're playing against yourself. You're trying to like min-max your score, but you have to be better than your PB at whatever it is that you just did. So if you're bad at the game, you'll still, the second half will only be a bit harder than the first half. If you're good at the game, well, it'll still be a bit harder, but that's hard now, you know? Like something like that is Slick. Playing against yourself, you know? Elegant is what they're trying to say, but elegant in a way that it's got a bit of a surprise to it. You know, it's like, oh. Or it could just be like really, really good presentation. You know, you just get the menus hitting, you know, just right. You just get everything like feeling really polished. I suppose that could be Slick too. They're not like us. They're not like us. The jam is on itch, yeah. Um, thinking about joining the big mode jam. That's on at the moment. So, Slick, let's think about it. What are we looking for? I think... I mean, I know what I want to make, but it's not really appropriate for the jam. I want to make a game like Kingdom. I freaking love that game so much. It's one of my faves. Like Prince of Pilgrims. I loved that game. But this game, if I made a jam game, it would have to be so small, you guys. It would have to be tiny. Like one thing. You just do one thing. Like a keepy uppy style game, but there's some twist to it. Maybe like a roguelike keepy uppy game. Is it 4 days in? Or did it just start a couple of days ago? Oh, 30th of January. Wow, yeah, it's 4 days in. Wow. Okay, I'm pretty far behind then. Still, I think I could spend 4 or 5 days and make something good. It just has to be low barrier for low. The bar has to be low for the scope. If it's a small game, it should be fine. I think if we do keepy uppy, it has to be like keepy uppy, but it would have to stay in 2 dimensions. But maybe you literally change gravity. Like sometimes you maybe like you get double bounce. Maybe like you are the ball or something. There's something about gravity and ball and inversions and stuff like that that's interesting. Ooh, I could see something cool where like you have some situation where there's like you're bouncing the ball, you're trying to catch it and stuff, and then you can get multiple balls, and maybe you can like shoot a line through multiple or something. Yeah, the multiple windows thing is that is the most game jam concept ever, of like it's keepy uppy, but there are 2 windows and you have to keep up between, you juggle, but you're juggling between the game windows. Wow. That is a thing. I'm sure that's been done. I guarantee you. You're juggling the new window? It could be something like once you juggle, I really like the idea of like building your own tower. That's another one. Like, you know, the game where the thing's going doot 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 and you have to stop it. Something like that could be interesting. But like a play on that kind of game where you're trying to build a tower and it's getting like super complicated. Maybe it starts as Tetris almost, like something that starts really basic and it's just like some boring game, but then it's a completely different game. Like maybe you have to climb this after you build it or something. Or some kind of like Jenga. That's what I like that idea. You know, the way that like Jenga is you start with a thing and then you're having to like take pieces out and put them on top. So the higher you go, the thinner it gets and the more frail it gets. I really like that. Really? Climbing what you stack? When did you see that? For GMTK? There's also something about like something like a spider that's trying to make, you know, you jump here and then that creates like a line, and then you jump over here and that creates like another line, and you're trying to create like some kind of like a net or something. The idea of like creating a web as a spider, I think, is also a really cool one, and having there be like aspects of geometry to it. So like you're trying to, there's things coming down and you have to catch them. So like the goal is to make a web that's strong enough or something. Or it's a platform. I don't know. There's something there of like creating something, trying to like affect physics. Don't know. Like the idea of like, I want to swing on some vine or something, something here, but in order to swing on it, first I need to like get it up there. There's something there of learning to play like a spider. Yeah, complementary building techniques, something like that. And it's just a game, it's just a Jump King game where you're just trying to get up a level. That's it. You know, you're just trying to get from here to there. And the game is it's just colors. It's just different colors of backgrounds that you're going up through. I really like this idea of, and also like it would need to be something that's quite arcade, something that's not too puzzle, centric. I think puzzle games, I always do puzzle games for some reason. And I think it always puts me in the same spot where I have something that players have to get in order to play. And sometimes if it's trying to be too clever, they don't get it in time. So instead, I would want something that was just about the feel, just about how it feels to play. Yeah, like I'm not into the top D 2D thing. To me, that's just a bit overplayed. Like, you're 2 players. Not quite. There's something in all of this. I don't mind that rotation like Fez. That's kind of cool. It could be something like Tetris, but no, that's too complicated. I like the idea of a Fez. The reason why I like that is like there's something about the 3D geometry of like, imagine trying to do Tetris with a Jenga tower, and it's not, you don't have to make it 10 blocks wide, you can only make it 3 blocks wide, but you don't know if it's fully filled in until you rotate it, so it won't collapse until you've turned it and you've solved by putting something in, like inverse Jenga. Like, you're not taking things out, you're putting things in. So you see this, and you put it in a space that looks like this, but then it doesn't break the block, and you're like, why is that? And then you rotate it, and it's only, oh, this is all just one row of something that has also other rows. So I need to fill these in too, and then I need to also rotate it. It'd have to be 3 by 3, I think. Or even just 2 by 2. Nah, it has to be like 3 or 4. $3D Jenga could be fun. Like 3D Tetris. Is it? It probably is. Let's be real. Virtual Boy 3D Tetris. Look at this block. I mean, you wouldn't have a perspective view like this. That's the only thing. Pretty cool. I really like the game Kurushi. Intelligent Cube. I love this kind of thing. We could do Kurushi. I love the kind of minesweeper, dropping bombs, yeah, this is on demo 1 for PS1, exactly. Having this idea of like, the tide is getting higher, it's getting harder and harder, and you have to project mentally further and further forward, but it's always a couple of the difference is like 2 steps forward. You know, it's like 3 turns ahead. It's like 5 seconds. You have to make a decision right now that's going to affect you 5 seconds from now. You know, quickly. That's always so fun. You're kind of like right on the edge of your seat of like, oh, am I going to get out. And then you forget. Like at the beginning, all you have to do is your basic movements of like, just don't get hit, just stay out of danger. And then by the end, you lose because you forget to stay out of danger because you're a bit too busy thinking about the thing to like 4 steps ahead. But if you don't think about the thing 4 steps ahead, you get overwhelmed by the system. I find that to be a really fun dynamic. And you know what I love about Kurushi? I love the fact that you play as a character in that game. It's a puzzle game, but you have an avatar. To me, puzzle games with an avatar, something about that keeps me invested in a way that I wouldn't otherwise be if it was just a puzzle game. It's something about like, that's me trying not to get crushed by the Tetris blocks, you know? Is the area in the background playable? Nope. Oh, you mean all the way back here? Yes, it will be. I have a question. I'm having trouble with creativity and imagination. When I attempt to illustrate an environment, I struggle to create architecture details for the specific environment. For example, if I'm drawing a cemetery, all that comes to mind are gravestones. Look at references. Yeah, exactly. Troll Debug has it. That's the answer. You just look at references. As soon as you look at references, you'll see things that inspire you and you can use those. That's pretty much it. And try to get specific too. Don't just say cemetery. Like, what is it about this cemetery that makes it unique or makes it what it is? What's the history behind this cemetery? Is it a wartime cemetery? Was it made quickly? Was it in use for a long time? Is it still in use? Did people just get buried yesterday here? It does help so much. Well, because nobody's perfectly creative. Nobody just has, you know, all of creation in their brain. It's not how it works. Or at least, if people do, the rest of us can't do that. I can't. I could make these here this orange color. Or at the very least, I could have more of the timber. I might have his washing hanging up. Do I draw on paper sometimes? I used to a lot more. I don't really anymore because I can't really record it very easily unless I take a photo of it. It's just easy to record stuff that I drew on a computer. I could put a chicken here somewhere. Okay, so this is the stuff that I just created. The image is, well, this one is 960 by 540. It doesn't have to be that big. I probably could have just like cropped it here. No, it's 740 by 300. Wasted pixels isn't really a thing with PNGs. They kind of just figure themselves out. It's not very expensive. VG Insights. I don't really use that one. I don't know it very well. I mean, I draw native no matter what. Is there scaling in the game? I mean, wait, why is that orthographic? There we go. The things do get scaled, but it's the camera that scales. Nice. That's much better. With the filter. It feels quite good. Didn't take much. It would be nice to put something like here. Something more elaborate. But I like where we're at. Like a bell. Yeah, that's pretty good. How much time? I'm not sure. A bell is a tip-top idea. Let's do it. Put me in the credits as Yo-Yo Bob. How do you do that, right? You got to rotate this thing. And he uses it to do his laundry. There we go. Perfect. The story is complete. He hasn't wrung it in so long. It's been so many years without incidents that he just has never had to bother to ring the bell. Maybe it can even have a crack in it. It has to be underpants with pink and white polka dots. It has to be. Is that not just the most textbook thing? Maybe love hearts? Is it too difficult? It's not Armin's clothing, so I don't know. I don't know if they're a little too bright. Or maybe the underpants should be a little bit more like here or something. It feels just like a little bit taking up too much of the space. I will have them animate for sure. There's no way I'm putting these in the game without animating them. They're grabbing a lot of the attention. Yeah, I agree. I mean, could they be... They should... I could put them somewhere else entirely. I could put the whole thing over here. Or I could lower it. It's nice, no doubt. It is good. It does showcase silly, which it should do. It's just there's also an aspect of I want you to kind of be able to stand out and look out, you know, over the everything and have it feel grand and beautiful too. I'm sort of trying to draw that fine line between, like, you know. Maybe if it's just sort of off to the side, it might be okay. Just the underpants there. And I think we might be able to get some atmosphere in there too that just knocks it back a little bit. Oh, I like that. The parallaxing. Just having it parallax a little bit into the scene. It's probably not... What is this? I don't understand what the hell is this? Oh, is it just that this doesn't continue on? Pipelines. Yeah, I think it's still good, but maybe a little bit less, even less than this. It's almost like more of an Easter egg. See you, Fractals. I could make the shirt like blue. I could have like a pair of his armor hanging up. And maybe in this way, it might be nicer to push the camera even further. It's lovely. I think we need, almost everywhere throughout the game, needs something with this level of personality. Like every single scene where somebody lives there, there should be some kind of little visual storytelling that says, ah, yeah, this character's this guy's a little goofy, or, something like that. That's just got that little bit of extra something. Otherwise, you sort of, what is this back here? What am I looking at? What is... It's not... You in the back. You. Get out of here. That's better. In 2017, somebody called this game lifeless, and I've been working so hard ever since to fix that. This is me working very, very, very hard. I'm also like so irritated by the lack of this extending out a few pixels. It's so annoying to me that I made it so square. Like, come on, guy. Just give me a little bit of something. Why would I make it so rectangular? It's not even a major thing. It just gives it the smallest bit of a something extra in the silhouette. It's nothing, but it adds tons. I might even put it here too. Like, nothing is so symmetrical. I don't even like this sprite. If I'm being honest with you, I don't even like it. But I know it's one of the most like complete things in the game. Like it's finished, you know, compared to a lot of the other work. So I have to like it. I would push it further if I could. Okay, that's so much better. Okay. And then it's a nice roof. It is a nice roof. I'll give you that. The only problem is I can't stand how unmotivated it is compared to the rest of the game. Like, why terracotta? Why did I do that? You know? Why did I choose that? It doesn't make sense. But I'm not going to poo-poo on my own thing. It's fine. It's fine. There is a level of care and thought that I put into it that I appreciate even today. The only criticism I really have with it is that a lot of that care and thought is it's misplaced. That's all. It's like caring a lot is valuable. People appreciate it when you care a lot. But if you can't deliver because you care so much that you put too much time into everything and you don't know which things can afford the care and which things can't, that's a problem. That's when you've got issues. Like, you want to be able to make quick decisions and move on. You know, that's the ideal place to be. Make quick decisions that show care and assertive details, and move on. Whereas this took me, I think I did it like over a week. It was a few days, you know. So where is Wilhelm going to be? Snoozing up against, we've got options here. Because I want him outside. Here, or here with his arms behind his back, or one leg over, snoozing in the sun, again arms behind the back. Or just here, same pose. Here's probably a nice spot. Under the window. The ledge isn't bad either, but there's something. What does it say about him? I feel like to be on the ledge, he'd almost have to be like, it has to be more like this, like head back here, like he's in a bath, you know, as if this was full of water and his head is kind of like, he's just looking up at the sky. You know, fully relaxed. The only thing about this that I don't love is, hello, Missy the lad. like almost a decade, 9 years. The only other problem here is that I don't think we meet him this way. Right now, there's too much stuff in the game where we see him. He's in the watchtower. I guess it's okay. We could have him animate and stuff. He could be asleep until later. I don't mind him being in different places at different times. I also don't mind if the game sometimes just has video game logic. Like if you just can't get in because he's asleep. You know, he's asleep and he's outside and he won't let you in. Armin's like, hello, Wilhelm, ... He's fast asleep. You know, just that is enough. You don't need to go on about it. Okay. Exactly. Hey, thanks for the follow, whoever it was that just followed. And it also means I should be able to do this. You know, just a bit of reuse. Well, it's very similar to digital art. I mean, it is digital art. It's just a different sort of constraint around how to create shapes and details, and that constraint, in a way, forces you to be creative in other ways. But those base shapes do form the kind of construction of, if you're doing regular, you know, art, you're probably still doing this anyway. You're just also refining the details a lot more. I guess I'm in this way, I'm kind of happy to allow certain things to remain quite ambiguous. That's probably the biggest thing, is being comfortable saying, this doesn't need your visual attention, so I'm just going to have it be a big, bare, open shape. Dude, that is leagues ahead of where it was at the start of the day. That's so far, that's so much better. It doesn't look like an asset anymore at all. And it took me basically nothing to get this where it is right now. It's like 2-3 hours, and that's fully transformed this space. I just alternate every other day here and there. I want to spend these days like a couple of days a week on chapter 2 at least. The demo, I might be sending it off soon. So I need to be quite careful. Because there are certain things, like this today is sort of important. The art was not, but I knew what I wanted. I knew that I needed something. All right. So I should be able to... Oh, I can't play the game until I've talked to him. So you have to go... Wait, will I let you go through there? Well, it shouldn't let you do that. Oof. I agree. I agree. It needs more. It needs more clutter inside. You can see the difference in how I approached doing these levels. Like, you can see it. Like, I very clearly, when I drew this, if I take all the layers away and I just start with like the foundation up, you can see how I did, like, I must have done this, right? I must have started with, and you can see the obsession with doing this, right? Here is my floor, right? And make sure that's perfect. Make sure it's perfect. And then all the way across. And then I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I'm doing this and I'm doing that. You can see the geometry taking over the creative process. You know, you can, it suffocates it for me to care this much about the geometry. And it's not bad. It's not bad that there is geometry. It's just that the geometry is not the focus of what this is. You know? It's too, this doesn't help tell any story to have it be so perfect. In fact, what gives it character is the imperfections. So like these blocks, these look good because they're imperfect, but they could be even more imperfect. You know, these blocks feel, even though there's less detail, they feel like there's more character or more story. You know, it's the difference between, imagine there's like a pyramid here. Hard to explain this, but these are granular details. This is top-down abstraction. So An example would be, I mean, it's like the difference between if you're drawing a tree. Okay, the first step of the tree is the shape. So having it look like a tree is one thing, right? From the thumbnail sketch. Like, okay, is this a satisfying thumbnail? If the answer is yes, then you can proceed. And what I would do is I would either get stuck at this stage and put too much effort into this stage, or I'd get stuck at literally this stage where I'm sitting here at individual pixels going duh, 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 and I'm drawing every single leaf on the tree. Like I had no perspective of the middle. Right? Look at this. Look at this asset. What is the purpose of me drawing 200 leaves on this asset? What do I get out of this? This was one of the first things that I put in one of the first levels. This was placed originally here. It used to be sitting right here. Look at this. This is the alternative version. That instead of that. This has so many more pixels placed. This has this sells something to your brain that's very different. It just says, oh, there's grass in the foreground. Don't worry about it. You know? There's grass in the foreground. Don't worry about it. It's not asking you to look at it. You know, it's not saying, hey, look at all these leaves. Look at how hard I worked on all these leaves. It's not saying that. It's saying, hey, there's some leaves there. You know, it's part of it is about composition. Like even this, there are some, this has the same amount, the same level of detail as this, right? I'm looking at the exact outlines of the shapes. It has it, but it has it here and it has it here. It doesn't have it here. It doesn't have it here. So it's like, I want your eye focusing exactly here. This is what's important for you because this is where the collision geometry is. You need to know that the edge of the level is right there, and you need to care about what that looks like. You don't need this. The only purpose of this is to make this feel smooth. So if it doesn't matter, then I don't have to say so much. Exactly. Exposition and suggestion. And I'm a verbose guy, right? I'm the kind of guy who likes to explain things until the cows come home. But there's something beautiful in knowing how to say more with less. And I appreciate that beauty, and it doesn't come naturally to me. I've taken so long to get to that point, and I'm just now, I have to take a moment to appreciate sometimes, you know, like, oh, like I'm doing okay here. You know, these are good choices that I'm making, and I just need to understand and remember that the rest of it doesn't have to take so long as the first part, you know? There's a confidence that I just, you know, a confidence that I just didn't have because I didn't have the experience to back it up. And this is like why the YouTube channel exists. The YouTube channel exists to help you not make those mistakes because it sucks. It's like a massive time sink. It's terrible. you don't deserve to suffer. Especially because the other thing is, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal how the 80-20 rule, how like unforgiving it is. Like when you're working on something, you can get a reasonable, and you've seen it before. Like maybe you've seen it on the pixel art subreddit, or you've seen it on the game dev subreddit, or on Twitter, wherever anyone posts their work. There are people who can do incredible pieces of art that are pixel art related that look like a game, right? A mock-up, there are some insane mock-ups out there. And you wonder, you ask the person, oh, how long did that take? And if it took them beyond a certain threshold, the answer is like, the implication is they will never make that game. That game cannot exist with that art style. Even if they made the asset, they can't finish that. I have some animations in Insignia that I'm not using anymore that are more detailed than any of the current combat animations in the game. Like some animations that I did for Armin are incredible. They're really good, but even by my own standards today, like I really like them. I did a dagger animation that I just love, but I cannot, it will not go in the game because it sets a standard that I can't keep. And until I can keep that standard, there's no point. There's no point even bothering, because it makes everything else, it doesn't, the consistency is more important than the quality at the top end. And you have to finish. That's the major thing, is you have to finish the game somehow. Like at some point, your goal is to find the minimum amount of work, the minimum amount of time that you can spend to get the maximum amount of value out of the thing you're making. And that's not to say you should ever sacrifice quality, never ever, but you need to set a quality that you can meet, that you can keep. Because just saying, hey, I can animate this thing at 60 FPS. Okay, are you going to animate the rest of the game at 60 FPS? And sometimes you can set exceptions. Sometimes it makes perfect sense to have one asset be really, really important. But you need to know, you need to be able to decide when that is. That's the other thing. Like, is it this animation? Or is it like this one-off thing that happens in a boss fight? Like when do you pull out all the stops and go really hard on something like that? And I think that skill of knowing like, hey, how much detail does this scene need right now? How much detail does it need? Like I probably can, if I can get away with these green blobs looking like this, I will. I'll stop, you know, as long as I can do that suggestion, as long as it feels like something that's not broken, as long as it's valid, I'm out. Because it's not important in the scene. It just needs to not look broken. Like it's doing its job already. You know, probably can't get away with just this big blob of green. You know, I have this I had this experience playing Mario Sunshine recently. I was looking at the game and I was thinking to myself, like, man, this game's rough. Like, this is not, in my brain, I was saying, this is not good and I can do better than this in certain aspects. Like, this asset or this texture or these physics, like, this is below par. But the thing is, like, that's a game that came out and people love. So what does it say? It says a finished game is that has flaws is better than a game that never came out, and that the sum is way more important than any one part. Even if you can poke a stick at one part, that's not the sum. That's not the game. That's just a minor part of the game that may or may not even attract anyone's attention who's playing the game faithfully, if they're just playing it to enjoy it. And actually being able to like make that decision on what needs to be there and what doesn't is a more valuable skill. Like, that's direction. That's a game director's skill, whereas the other one is an artist's skill. And an artist will not be able to direct a game, even if they have the best vision. You know, visually. Like a concept artist, if you give a concept artist that just does concept art the chance to make a whole game, what are the odds they're going to stop, you know, short, or stop exactly when they need to rather than overdo it? Not to say that they won't. I mean, I'm sure plenty of concept artists would make amazing directors, but they're different skills is what I'm saying. And I'm learning that. Like, I'm learning that now, how different those skills are. I'm also not even sure that I am a good director. Like, I don't know. I can identify the skill. Doesn't mean I have it. I'm learning it in this domain. It doesn't mean I can apply it. And my biggest fear is that Insignia needs a good director, and that I'm the concept artist, and I'm the programmer, and I'm the director. So what are the odds that I'm good at all three of those things? You know, or the rest of it. Like, I made a start, but like, am I the guy who should be finishing? It's tough. Can I learn fast enough? That's really what I'm saying. Can I learn to do this job fast enough for it to be a good job that's faithful to the game that I'm trying to make? And will I enjoy it enough to want to do it again after this? Like, that's another thing that in the last 2 weeks, it's been really like an existential thing for me of like, hang on a second. Is the thing that this game is pushing me to become who I want to be? Is this what I want? Do I want to be responsible for this? For this kind of thing in the future? For other games? Or should I let somebody else do this part? And I just focus on the parts that I like. Which parts are the parts that I want to spend all day doing? Like, this probably passes, I think. I think this is almost passes as done. You know, there's something like a strange thing that I'm having to come to grips with, to do with perfectionism, and actually imposter syndrome as well. It's very pesky for me, this particular distinction, because I'm the kind of person who I was always taught to take pride in my work. Like, my mum is a very prideful person, and sometimes pride comes with shame. Like, you act confidently, you put a lot of effort into things because you're worried about what other people might think about you if you don't put effort into them. That's the shame part. And confidence is something that you have when you kind of like, what's the word? Like, if you like something, you want to be good at it, right? And you want other people to enjoy the work that you put into it. If you can do detailed work, like, that's what you want to be able to do, right? So there's something that feels like a level of imposter syndrome to say, when you say like, it doesn't matter beyond this point, because in a certain sense, it can sound like you're saying, I don't care what other people think. I don't care if people think this is bad. And there's like a shamelessness in that sometimes people who are shameless are dangerous. You know, like the idea of not having any kind of check or balance over what you do because you don't care what anybody thinks about what you do, that I feel like that could invite a level of like going off the rails, or like, you know, you don't have anything keeping you honest if you're not appealing to other people's sensibilities, especially when you're making a product, like a consumer product. Shame is really important, right? There's something there. I feel like maybe you should feel shame. So like, when do you deserve the confidence to say, I know better. Like, I'll work on this until this point because I know better and I don't need to make this look a certain way. I mean, when you're a beginner, it's almost certain that you'll probably overestimate how much work you need to do to impress other people or to be good enough, because you don't know anything, right? You're just trying to make you're just trying to make something that's not bad. So from your side, from your perspective, everything you do is bad and everything needs to be better. But like, when do you have the confidence to say, nah, I know what I'm doing and it doesn't matter what anyone thinks beyond this point. And I'm not an imposter because I know what I'm doing. And like, you know, typically that would be something that it would be maybe the fact that you had succeeded in, you know, selling a game, right? Like, that would be the point where I would personally have that confidence. If I made a game and people liked it enough to buy it, then I would know I have made something good enough for other people. I could have that confidence because I'd have that data point of saying, well, other people liked it enough to buy it and review it positively, therefore that's good enough. Or if I had a mentor, somebody who was much better than me, who could approve it and they were successful. You know, they had a big successful career and could sign off on my work. I don't have either of those things. So like, when do I get to feel confident that what I've done is enough? Hey, welcome back. Okay, I think we're done with this one. I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest with you. The reason why I'm putting a little bit more care into this, just so that you guys know as a director. So I'm directing this game, and I was previously the solo developer on it. We had a problem maybe like 8 months ago, where I did a version of the demo and I let people play it, and I had some criticisms from players about how memorable the spaces were. People would kind of get lost, and there were some resolutions that we came up with about environment design and memorability, and how something can feel less like an asset flip and more like a real place. So the issue came from the fact that lots of spaces in the game were they looked very tile based, right? This is very tile based, whereas something like this does not feel very tile based. You know, neither does this. Neither does this. So what do you have to do to make a place feel like it's worth your memories? And I think there's like a real psychological phenomenon that happens. And we've defined the difference as the difference between a space and a place. And places have people in them. That's the difference. So the evidence of people, of history, of a story, turns a space into something that feels, it's order versus chaos, right? Our brains are attracted to order. Because if someone's been somewhere, like if you're walking through the forest and you see the signs that a person has been there recently, that's very important. If you just see trees and rocks, your brain's not going to remember any of it. So I'm now at a place where very soon the game's going to have a lot more... I had a lot of time and no money for most of development. At a certain point, hang on a second. At a certain point, I'm going to have more money than time. And I need to be able to pass on some of the things that are important and essentially have, what is the name of this document? There we go. Have other people do the work that the game needs instead of me. So all this stuff that I'm learning, I need to be able to explain to other people in briefs. Okay? So like, for example, there's an artist, a background artist that I'm trying to hire onto the project. His name's Tim. And I showed him a bunch of assets and, you know, I built this distinction, space versus place. And we did a single pass, right? I gave him a brief. I told him the thing. He did some concepts. We've done a lot of work on this piece for this part of the game. Hello. Hey.
I'm going to the shops now, but I have lots of work to do.
Okay.
When I get back in tonight.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out together.
Do you want anything when I'm over there?
Just the stuff that we eat for dinner.
We have no snacks.
You can get some snacks at your discretion. I will pay you back whatever you spend. Okay.
Whatever I want.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. So like this asset is being worked on by Tim, right? It's beautiful. It's a wonderful asset. He's done a really good job of it. The only trouble is that this asset is very expensive for Tim to produce. It went way over budget. Okay, it's an awesome scene. It does the job that it needs to. It's really cool looking. That's not even the right version. Hang on. This one. It's fantastic, but it's too expensive. He spent like double to get to this point. He spent about as much time as we expected to finish the asset. So it would have cost about double what the original quote was in order to get it where it needs to go. Now, I don't have the ability right now, at least, to afford for him to do that. I also need it done quite quickly, a lot of this work. So what I've done today, this stuff, there is a degree to which this, well, the result of this, so the scene that I just did and this scene differ. There's some degree to which they differ, where there's like an amount of effort that we could have stopped at maybe if we had, I mean, it's his first time, so, you know, I don't know how long it takes for him to do certain work. He doesn't know how long it's going to take him to do certain work. I don't know how long he was iterating on the art. Probably not as long as he needed, as I thought he would, or it's probably not that bad, but maybe just I need to give him more free reign with the process. We spent a lot of time concepting different variations before we even got to pixel art. Maybe I could have just trusted him earlier or something like that. But the point is, what the game needs and what we produce, that needs to be economized until those things are fully min-maxed. So for me, it's important that I remain in a relationship with this process so that I know how to direct the team confidently. It's really important. It will be the difference between the game failing or succeeding, is being able to know, okay, where can I copy paste assets? You know, like this pot. You know, if I put a couple pots here, looks great, feels great, no problem. It does something that otherwise maybe you wouldn't do. Or, okay, I take this, I don't need to draw this again, I just copy paste it. Okay, but this is unique, has to be unique. You know, so which distribution of unique things versus what, you know, things that show up one or two times versus things that are replicated, like these tile sets. What is the actual perfect distribution where you still feel like this is bespoke and that you're getting something it's not an asset flip, it's unique, it's original, it's got character, and that character is specific to this game, you know, without us spending way too long on it. Very, 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 very balanced. Takes a lot of, I think, directorial excellence to do a good job of it. And I'm not there yet. I don't know if I'll get there. I can see that it's important. I value it. But we got a lot of scenes to do. Like it's like this game is massive, so I have to be very judicious. And it's not enough. Like, I didn't do any of the things I was supposed to do today. It's not enough to say, yeah, but look how good it looks. Because you could do a lot of work that looks good. I think it was okay. I'm okay with making the choice that I made today. But, you know. Yeah. One of the, I mean, you can see implicitly that one of the choices that I'm making is to do less detail. That's you can reduce something in multiple axes. You can reduce its size, how many pixels it takes up. You can reduce the amount of colors that you use. You can reduce the amount of detail in a given surface area. There's lots of ways you can cut down on certain things. For example, this scene is like 3 colors, the whole background. None of the trees have detail. Maybe by the time this scene comes back around in chapter 5, I'll put some more energy into this. But it doesn't need it. You know, that's the thing. Like even this background here, there are defined edges. There is detail, but there's a lot of negative space too where there's nothing happening. And that's okay. That's good. Like, like you can look at other games. Chasm does this. Chasm has this one shot that's like the money shot. It's in the game. It's part of the game. It's like one of the first things I think in the game, like the first scene. And the scene the skybox is beautiful. Like the background is amazing. When this wants to load up. Right, beautiful. Beautiful. Look at all these colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like it's tons. And the dithering, like there's a lot of work being done here. But there's also negative space too. Just like look at how much simpler it is up here. Like there's just little things where again you try to economize, and I appreciate that. It doesn't have to be go smaller. It can be. It can also be lower frame rates in animation or more judicious frame timings. So you have like still frames for longer and then you move quickly. Snappy animation is way cheaper than slow, free-flowing animation. Yes, you're 100% right, 6 out of 10. That is absolutely the case. Music adds so much. Sound adds so much. Exactly. I didn't feel that until recently. That's 100% true. Very unintuitive if you're a graphic artist, but very true. Yep. You guys know it. Exactly. I gotta take a break. I'm pretty tired. I'll be back in a little bit. It's just a bit hot in this room. See ya. Oh, by the way, somebody ages ago asked which DAW our composer uses. She uses Logic. There you go. All right. Yeah, of course. That's the other thing, 6 out of 10, that makes it complicated, isn't it? It's the fact that you can't approve the work for sound design until there's something to design the sound against. In a lot of cases, unless you're okay with just having work be done that might get thrown out. I mean, like maybe that should be the case, but maybe for artists, sketching feels so much less committal than designing a sound, you know? Dude, this is so slow right now. Let me just close this and start it up again. Hey, Mo. It's not too late. You can wish me anytime. How's it going? Mo, are you Mo from Balrog? It's been a long time. I can't remember. Nice. How are you? Gif. Wesh wesh. They don't say that anymore, do they? They must. There's no way they still say that. Oh, thank you so much. Hopefully things are going well with you too. Okay, so I think I just need to make some decisions today. Like when we are on demo part 2, oh, I remember. In this scene, if I walk the scene, Armin never gets a chance to go down here because the scene has a cutscene in it, and he gets put on the other side of the watchtower, no matter what. Also, it's not pushed yet. Okay. So we don't ever get to do that, but then later we can come down here. So actually we can solve this by just not letting the player ascend from here. It's really, this is the problem. Okay, in that case, let's just start working on this. I can do this, it's not too complicated. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to flip it around, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to add a Collider 2D. It's a bit narrower than that. Something like that. Now, if we look at the door, wider, about there. So this is here if we've met Harriet even once, that's going to show up there. Yep. Or we could say, thank you so much, Bolt Mitch. Crucible. Discover Crucible. From that moment, if this is false, then this should be false. And well, for now, that's just it. So in this context, that shouldn't be there. I guess we technically have already done that in this. Yeah. So in part 2 of the demo, what is going on here? You shouldn't even be in the scene. Try that again. Still no good. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. Now, at least we can definitely agree that it's not possible to do this. I probably should make sure that this collider is much taller. Like that. That's probably a good idea. And then I'm a little bit confused that this isn't toggling off. Because this should be off if that's not true. Is technically, are we at this part? If we say part 1, I'm pretty sure I know where part 2 is. Yeah, that's no good. That shouldn't be there. If I flip the condition, does it change it? Uh-huh. I think it's the double dash. Oh, I see. It appears. Yeah. It appears if it's true. Yeah, of course. So at this point, it shouldn't appear. And then later, if we go to part, say, 3, it will appear. Or not. Part 4? Okay. Yeah. So at this point, you can't. Ouch. Anyway. Good. Well, that's pretty straightforward, right? You don't need to do anything. That's just fixed now. And then realistically, we could just copy paste that for now. Have the exact same thing happen over here. in this case, we don't need this. We probably can have this enabled. It's not very good, is it? I kind of just want the top part. Maybe we don't put it in. Yeah. So it'll be character like -1 or something. And then we should be able to toggle off the door, basically. And so this essentially flips for the door. We delete this and we go to the watchtower and we drag the door into that. So the door essentially doesn't exist later in the game. Once we get to this point, we can't even go through the door. Right. I think I need to make this a little closer to the watchtower. I'm a bit concerned about it being too close to the player at a certain point. Come on. Yeah, I might. It's a shame that doesn't look very nice. Dude, that sucks. Let's fix the rules. So what's happening is that this is beating this. And I think the logic here might have to be something along the lines of anything under should come second to anything above. Like especially these two here. I mean, these are such fundamental rules here that I would be prepared to put this and this before any of this. By before, I mean after, but you know what I mean. That's way better. I don't know what else that screwed up, but I feel like the ground is sacred, you know, like you can't screw with the ground. The grass just always needs to be right. Cool. Hey, Fluffy Meow. Okay. Happy, happy, happy. I could bring other things in here. I could put some other enemies as well. Like maybe I could put 2 more of these guys up here. And inside of could say you and you. So later in the demo, we don't even need... Oh, okay. Where did they go? Why are they off? Oh, because they're on the wrong toggle. Okay, then that needs to be like middle ground 2 or something like that. No, I don't think so. I think they're no good. It's not going to work with the story. Okay. Thanks. Good. So technically, I mean, that's enough to do that. This will also be the case. I don't know why I duplicated that. This is the next one. It's hard. I'm going to take a break for a little bit. I just need to start up some rice, I think. And then we got another half an hour of the stream to go. So I'll take a bit of time. And I'll be back in a bit. See you, pals. Maybe what I'll do for you, just because I'm so nice. Is leave you with this. Legend of Kyrandia? I've never heard of that game. But it falls in line with the naming convention. What the hell? Wow, we found another one, chat. We found another ER game. That's crazy. That's so Beauty and the Beast. This is sick. I want to play this. .3 stars. That's great. Wow, there's 3 of them. How do they fare against Lure of the Temptress? Only 3.3. Because I like this game. Or at least I like the start of it. Start with the second part and stop there. Can you even play it though? Like, if I don't play the first one, will I know anything? Whoa, look at this art. So this is like a legit Scum game. This is like a Monkey Island. Secret of Kyrandia. Whoa, look at that. That is some sick art, dude. Whoa. Also, this is so Monkey Island. So that's it's a female protagonist. That's cool. Is there like a version with voice acting? Does it have voice acting? Sick. All right, I'll play it. I know the devs who made the Drifter. I've played a demo of it at PAX 2 years ago. They're top guys. On stream would be fun. Okay. Hey Leith, how's it going? So, we did a good job there. This is another thing that's important though. Skipping over to chapter 2. Not too bad. So, the issue here is that it's possible to enter this scene right, to talk to Harriet, you know, have this whole cutscene play out, to leave, to come back, and when you come back, you can't do it properly because she's not standing where she's supposed to be standing. Someone posted this on Discord. Harriet's position in the painting room can break. If you leave after the first painting and return, So the problem is that what I really should have done is just made 2 of her. And that's it. Rather than move her in the scene, just make 2. So here in Harriet Walk Part 1, I'll just put her here. And then I'll literally duplicate her for this one. And then so for this one, you have to not have this on load in order for this to be true. Actually, you just have to not have it. Not just on load. You just have to not have that. And for this one to be true, you have to have that one. And also you have to not have finished this one. Okay. And then Harriet, this is part 2, so we drag part 2 in here. And this is part 1, and we drag part 1 in here. So hopefully what that does is it means that she'll always be standing where she needs to be standing no matter what. Let's have a look. So we have this cutscene play out. Da-da-da-da. Then we leave. We come back. And she won't be here anymore, and she should be standing, well, she should be where she's probably supposed to be standing, but she's not going to be here because I didn't have her. Where is she? Oh, I didn't paste her in here. That's why. She just doesn't exist in that one. Oh, yes, she does. Oh, but she's just in the middle of nowhere. Okay, well, that would be a problem too. Also, the timeline here needs to be talking about this Harriet. So we go again. She shouldn't be here. She's not here. She is here. So we'll try the base case first. Go through the whole cutscene. She's gone. She's here. Perfect. She should not be teleported at the end of that though. She should just be gone. So there's something here where I immediately have her teleport. I don't need that anymore. But I do want to place her as an activation track so that she disappears completely after this is done. And then inactive afterwards. And the same thing on this one here. Okay. So, hopefully this helps me out. So, let's try it again. She is here. She's facing the wrong way. She's not here. That's fine. Oh, bro. Come on, buddy. Finish your thing. Why did he not say anything at the end of that? Oh, because the animator didn't say that it was done, because this disappeared after that. So she's here. We have the scene. He says, there she goes again. But we didn't get the scene ending. God damn. Why doesn't the scene end here? I mean, maybe I let it go all the way to the end? I don't know what's happening. I don't like it. I should be able to do even this and it should be fine. The alternative is to have it the way I had it before. But I don't want to do that either. All right, I'll come back to this in a second. Genuine says, Adam, do you have any advice for getting faster as a dev? I mostly work on the code side, but rather than the asset side. I mostly work on the code side rather than the asset side, but still, I often feel like I blink and then 8 hours have gone by and I'm just like, what did I even get done? So we were discussing this a little bit earlier. What you're doing, maybe, is what I call pixel pushing. And I have a short about this, actually, if you're interested. So whenever I'm stuck here looking at a specific detail and I find myself like changing like one pixel or another here or there, I find that it's really hard to end up with something that's drastically different from where I'm at right now. That's something we call like pixel pushing, and it's really going to limit your creativity. It's much better to, take what you've got, move it out into another variation and make more drastic changes to the silhouette and try to ignore those details, step back into a more like abstract space. That way there's less fighting between your imagination and what's there on the canvas. So if you just take it away, another way of summarizing what that means in your context is something like try and be conscious of the motivations for why the asset you're working on needs to exist. And when it crosses that threshold, there should be a negative force pushing you to finish. Like it should be a force that says, okay, the rubber band pulls you back in. All right, I've met the criteria of what this is supposed to be. Because what tends to happen, at least as a pixel artist, is I start getting into the very nitty gritty. I'm working on levels of detail that, yes, are validatable. You can say, this is better than that. I'm doing progress. But does this progress meaningfully push you forward in your objective for what that asset needs to do today? That's very important too, because there's a difference between polish, ultimate polish, and the amount of polish you need for this piece to do its job and be load bearing relative to the things around it. right? We talk about dependencies in software design. So on the code side, you would understand when scope creep is creeping in and when pre-optimization is stopping you from just finishing the thing and moving on. Oh, sorry. So it's really important to understand that distinction between, does this asset do what I need it to do right now? Or is it something where I'm just playing around with this for the sake of it? You know, am I just enjoying the cathartic therapy of playing with pixels? Because it's the same thing. You would know how to do this in the code world. It's just that in code, you know, adding a function, refactoring, they're very deliberate, whereas asset creation tends to be more fluid. You know, you can make a change that you can be led as the donkey chasing the carrot of 5 pixels from now. You know, you could be piece of candy. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, and spend an hour and you haven't done anything because there are meaningful things that you can do, but they feel meaningful, but they're not progressing you towards a specific objective. So you're meandering, right? You're procrastinating. Mindfulness is important. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a retro animation. I don't know what a retro box... Oh, I know what a retro box clip is. It's a retro sheet called character empty, invisible. I think I'll just do literally a 2x2 thing, save it. I mean, it can even be like 32x32, it's fine. And call it character invisible, and just let it be that, and then go into these timelines, and then when I want her to be disappeared, when I want her to be gone, rather than turn off the character, I just set her animation to invisible. That way I don't have to worry about what happens when the character's not working. And she has to be facing the right way. It always bothers me when I do that. Hello? Oh, I'm already... What? Oh my gosh. Why? Did I do something wrong here? Sorry, chat. She's supposed to be active in this scene here. The hell? Bro. Okay, I have an idea. Good. That's a problem. But hang on a second. Where is she? She's there. So I think what I have to do is also target her in the toggle. So here in part 1, I'm going to have to put her in here as well. And part 2, I'll have to put her in here as well. Because the character is outside of the transform, so toggling it off won't change anything. Please, please, please. Yay! Okay. We're one step closer. Now, my wife is making curry in the next room, and it's so strong. Here. She becomes character invisible once more. Okay, so she's there. She's not there. We have this conversation. Bloody bloody blah. She's gone. We go up. We go through. We go back. She's not here. Please, please, please. She's there. Perfect. She's not here anymore. We leave. She's in neither of the spots. She's not there. She's not there. Perfect. Which means if we go up here, she's there. Okay. Close enough. Okay. Good. This is a crazy one. I'm very interested in how this works. Someone said that if they take this kid, put him in here, oh. Why he fall through the floor? What the heck? How come he doesn't have a collider? He doesn't even have a sprite renderer that has... What the heck? Foreground? What is he? What are you, kid? Ah, there it is. Wait, but that's not his sprite. That's his sprite, but it's not animating. What the hell? So, what the actual heck is going on over here? If I go over here... and I go part 4... what is he? Oh, he's not. That's so weird. He's a different character here. Hey, Armadon. Thanks so much for the sub. So this... this Gunther? Shouldn't that be what he is? I'm confused. I'm really confused. Okay, whatever. Here he is. Someone said that the player ran really fast when they carried him into this scene. I have no idea what they mean by that. Like moonwalking and stuff. Like, looks good to me. I have no clue. I've seen it too. I've seen them do it. Sorry, I have to do something here. There's this thing about unused overrides that seems to ruin the game a little bit. No. No. Usually it's to do with sequences. Seems to have fixed it. No, it's still here. The serialized reference for ref ID, that is missing. All right. I mean, it's not major, but it might be contributing to something. Like, what is this? 88. The serialized reference for this thing is missing. All I can do is go into this scene check this. And then find what this relates to. It is a prefab. At the root. Where's its name? Don't know. Too complicated for me to read. Could it be the boxes? I don't know. It might be this, but maybe it's something inside of this. No. No idea. Okay, can't save it right now. That's so annoying though. It's so annoying. Let's ask ChatGPT. Gee, that was quick. How does it know that? I didn't pass it. Yes, I did. Yeah, it must know. Hello. In a second.
It's ready.
Okay. Cool. All right, chat. I gotta go. Okay, so not the anvil, but the teleporter. No. This, no. They don't have overrides that I can see. don't know what to do. I don't think that's the play. We'll do it later. Okay, pals, I gotta go. Merci, Mo. C'est un plaisir. Bonne nuit. Let's rate Auroral. That's crazy. She's doing great. Haven't seen her in ages. Thanks, chat. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia on Steam. And if you like my content and you want to support it, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's the stream. Auroral's awesome. You should stick around for her. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.